Hello, Benz, Maza. Okay, let's get this party started, huh? It's HTML time. Less thinking, more HTML. Okay. No, actually, we should make title mandatory, I think. Now, the truth is that we actually... Nah, we don't really... You know what? Fuck it. Let's make it title mandatory. Who cares? Hello, Bowden. Yeah, we are. Do you have any plans for future projects you want to share with the stream? By the way, love your work, even though I can program in Zig yet. Well, first of all, thank you for your kind words. As for other projects, yeah, for sure. I just need to get these to a shippable state first. I embarked on this journey of writing a language server for HTML with all the rules in it, and I have to walk the walk now, and it's terribly boring, but that's what you have to do. And I think that the end result is going to be compelling, like giving people a tool that can catch HTML errors for real, and provide you with good autocomplete. That's going to be good. And after I'm done with this main stuff, there's going to be probably a tail of adjustments and polish that needs to happen. So um unfortunately, this project will take a while. Basically, I won't be done with it very soon. But on the other hand, but that said, I have done also other stuff in the past. So let's go to a new YouTube tab, and if you look at Zig Showtime, which is my YouTube channel, then in videos you can see that I did, for example, ray tracing in a weekend. Before that, a while ago, I did also. I guess there's some advent of code, but that's old. Where's the? Oh, I didn't make dedicated videos for the operative system in 1,000 lines of code, but I also did that one. I have a repo on my GitHub account that links to the VODs. They're just like they're live streams basically. They don't have dedicated videos. So I did this stuff, and I'm gonna do more of that in the future, for sure. So there will be more projects, both in terms of just something that has educational value, but also things that are like more concretely useful. You could say that this one that I'm doing right now is meant to be concretely useful for people. So for sure. Sorry, and as for like specific ideas, um I have to do more work on my static site generator. That is for sure. I mean, what I'm doing right now is, in a sense, part of the general like static site generator ecosystem. So I have to look at after my ecosystem. Um, there will be maybe some Zig compiler things that I might take on in the future. We'll see. One is that we need to add a playground on the official Zig website for Zig. Another one could be something related to fuzzing. We'll see. I've already done a little bit of that with the help of MATLAB, but it's not exactly out of my reach. But I'm not the best person to work on the stuff that needs to happen now with fuzzing. In the future, I don't know, maybe. More specifically, I think it's going to be interesting to see what we can do with regards to a IO implementation for fuzzing. So the idea is that we're going to add asynchronous IO as an interface in the language. And And then you can have different implementations. And one of those implementations can be suitable for testing, where basically it makes it can make scheduling decisions based on it makes scheduling decisions based on like a random seed, for example, that kind of stuff. Other than that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe crafting interpreters one day. Maybe more ray tracing. Maybe I'm gonna attempt to make a game at some point. We'll see. We'll see. For now, HTML it is. I wonder how good that would be for debugging weird async issues compared to what other languages give you. There are a few cool things that we could totally pull off fairly easily that would be very useful in practice. Okay, so what I'm about to tell you is just a vague idea that I have. It's not something that I have talked about with the rest of the core team. So how can I say? Nothing is promised. I mean, nothing is promised ever unless it's accepted, and nothing is promised ever unless we actually have it. But specifically in this case, it's just like my ideas, which are not completely out of whack. But I need to talk with other people more first. But here's one: we could have the I/O interface, for example, mock. Not only we could have like a scheduling, like a reproducible set of scheduling decisions, but we could also do things like Go is doing this stuff. Golang, what is it? News, Go blog. Like they added this thing where basically in their tests, every time you sleep, so they have tests where you sleep. And the way it works is that time doesn't flow naturally in those tests, but instead, if all Go routines are asleep, then time moves forward instantly. So the idea is, let's say that you have, you spawn two async tasks in Zig, and then one of the two and then both sleep at some point for whatever reason, or one is here's how it works. One waits for a lock to wants to grab a lock, but it can't because another one holds a lock, and the one that holds the lock wants to sleep for 5 seconds, and then it will release the lock, unblocking the other one. Well, in this case, what happens is that for 5 seconds, basically you have that no async task can make progress because they're all stuck, one waiting on a lock, the other one waiting on a timer. So what can you do at that point? You can move forward time. So you can basically trigger the next timer deadline immediately without having to wait 5 seconds for real. And so they have this in Go. We could totally implement this ourselves. This part I think seems straightforward to implement, and I don't know, non-controversial at all. So this seems just good to have. Another more, I don't know, not guaranteed to be correct idea, but potentially interesting is being able to mock, for example, I/O activity. Like you can say, the next TCP connection that we try to open should behave like this. And then you write in data in the test what the network activity should look like. This is maybe more of a debatable, it's more debatable whether it's a good idea or not, but it is feasible. If we wanted to, we could do that. So the idea is that then in your tests, you can, you can mock all I/O. And that would be cool. I think that the timer one is I don't know, the most obviously good to have. You could allow performance profiling that would be difficult or impossible in other lengths. Honestly, I have no idea how that would look like in terms of profiling. I guess what IO could do is track how long something is waiting on a lock on average. But I don't know how much of that would cause the numbers to skew, because whenever you add like profiling, you always screw up the numbers. Like they start becoming less. Well, they're different compared than when you have profiling off. So profiling can add some biases in there. So I don't know, but it could potentially be. As for compared to other languages, I think that some languages, plenty of languages can do this because they do have control over all IO in a centralized manner. So like all high-level programming languages can do this if they want to. So I would say it's not going to be something completely unprecedented. It is going to be handy though. Like in practice, it's going to be good to have for sure. But I wouldn't say it's going to be unprecedented. Unless we come up with something really fucking cool that other languages just don't have. We'll see. Okay, I think I have implemented head. Almost. I think we're only missing the description, and then we're good. We should write this here. Because it already does it by itself. This might be a false statement. You know what? Maybe base could be implemented in a nicer manner. Oh, we could make that way more efficient now with this perspective. Oh, we might want to change how base works. Okay, restart the LSP. Everything works fine. We have had. Let's see, what do we get suggested? Title and then everything else. Okay. What if I don't have title? No complaint. Why are we not complaining if I don't have title? Why are because element is not saved. No, it is saved. Elements head. We complain if there's text. We don't complain if there's comments. If has title is null, we append missing child. Bro, what is wrong then? Why is this head not erroring out? Something wrong is happening. This is not how it should work. The fuck? So I'm modifying elements head. This is called head. This is the head tag. It's missing descriptions, but everything else should be in place. How are we fucking this up? You know what? Panic. Whoops. Now, we should hate that panic. We're not hitting the panic. Something really dumb is happening somewhere. I don't know where, but somewhere something really dumb is happening. So the reason why this might be happening is because we're not entering. So we are doing the auto completion call correctly. So we're definitely calling into this function here, but we're not calling into this content validation function. Why? Why are we not calling into our content validation? Hello, Kyle Manning. Good evening from Japan. Good evening. So for some reason, okay, so I know what it is. I know what it is. I have a syntax error. So here's what's happening. When you have a syntax error, we stop analyzing other things. Like we don't proceed. So let me put it this way. If we delete this, never mind. It still does not work. Okay, so something else is out of whack. Is it because it's the first element? What if I put a audio in here? Oh, look what's happening. We now hit the panic. Okay, that makes sense. So take out the panic, rebuild. Okay, it was the syntax error that was causing us to have this these issues. There we go. Invalid nesting, take it out. Duplicate child, so take it out. Take it out. Missing child title. Perfect. What else do you suggest? Base. That's correct. Input. This is not correct. But these are all elements that I haven't done yet. These are all elements that don't have their metadata properly set up. So that's why we're being suggested a bunch of elements that make no sense. But base is correct. I guess the other one would be link. And you know what? Here's how we do it. So here's how we test this. From the temporary element, let's take out from categories metadata. And that's it. Also, why is categories below? I don't get it. Okay. So with this, we should have fewer false positives. Yeah. Base, select, and selected content. The reason why we have these two is because they have separate definitions down here. And they still have the... Oh, this one has phrasing through though. Oh, but as category superset, it has all. So it's the superset that causes them to be picked up. Okay. So that's fine because it is true that basically the only meta element that we have done for now is just base. The other ones are at the letter L down here, link, and then style, so script. So we're not at those yet. But this is making me think about base. So base is metadata. And the fact that it's metadata means that it can only be put in head, basically. And if that is the case, by the way, this smells a lot like another bit that we don't need to store here because we could list these guys explicitly. Like metadata elements are simple. It's just link, a base link script style. That's it. So maybe we could get also rid of this. But okay, so this guy needs to validate. It needs to validate a bunch of weird rules. And oh, here's why we do this validation or in here. It's because it depends on its attributes. Yeah, that sucks. Hi, question not related. I see some camel keys and snake keys. Is this mix good, meaningful? It is, whether it's good or not, I don't know, you decide, but it is meaningful. So in Zig, we do snake keys for variables, and we do camel keys for function names, and we do Pascal keys for type names. So in Zig, generic types are functions. So any function that returns a type, like array list unmanaged. So it's like this is a generic array list that has this type of item in it, and so this is what is it? Title case, Pascal case. While instead, and so types also are like this. While instead, functions that do things are camel cased. And so depending on the casing that you see, you can, assume what it is. What kind of symbol you're dealing with. Hello, Roco Rager. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not gonna touch base then. I think we could be improved. You know what? I'm gonna leave it as a to do in here. But it's not critical. To do. Consider moving this into validation made by head. Okay, so head is missing docs, and we're done. Let's give it docs. Okay, this is done. Head done. 59. Okay, the next one is input, which is going to be nasty because it has a ton of attributes. But we can do it. Let's do it. Input. Spec. The input element. Flow content, phrasing content, but can also be interactive. And then there's a bunch of other properties that we're not tracking, so we're fine with that. But we need to track interactive. That is important. If the attribute is not in the indent state, interactive content. So what does this mean? It means that this guy needs to have a custom attribute validation function. But at least it's a void tag, so we don't have to worry about its contents. Type attribute in the hidden state. Text, search, telephone, email, password, date, month, week, lane, blah, 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 blah. Oh, God. These list of attributes, man. These fucking list of attributes. This is going to be a gauntlet. Okay. Let's start. Okay, input, what do we base it on? Something that has attributes. I guess we can copy data. Okay. So we have all the boilerplate that we need. Time to dig into it. So flow and phrasing. Flow and phrasing, but then it can also be flow, phrasing, and interactive. Then content is none because this is a void tag. Okay. There we go. So I think that despite these things being sorted alphabetically, you want type value to be up top. These are the two ones that you use the most. Like, how would you sort them by usage frequency? Oh, you know what? You know what I'm thinking? What if AI could help us? Okay, let's try this. Now I'm curious. Now watch ChatGPT save the day. Sort by usage frequency the following list of HTML attributes of input. Why is it doing this fucking emoji thing, dude? Do it again, but provide me with just a clean list of names, no other comments. Type name value placeholder. I mean, I think you know what? I think AI is doing a good job here. Now watch it hallucinate all the names, and none of the names is actually real. Okay. Well, thank you, AI. Type. Oh man. Okay, hidden text search. I guess we can have um oh, these are the types. Okay, let's get ready to create a bajillion of these guys. Oof. Okay. Checkbox. Color. Date. Datetime dash local. Email. File. Hidden. Image. It's all spelled out, right? Yeah. Number. Password. Radio. Range. Reset. Search. Submit. Hell. We're running out of copies. Oh my god. Text. Time. URL. Week. That was the last one. Whew. Okay. We have this. Jesus. Okay, type is done. Well, type needs a description. Okay, so type, I guess, is listed in here. Type of for control. I like the other description more. Okay, so to make sure that the LLM didn't prank us, I'm not going to go through this list in this order, but I'm going through this list in this order to make sure that we didn't miss any. So accept. Okay, what's accept? And we do it the same also here in the standard. So accept. You specify the attribute must consist of a set of comma separated tokens, each of which must be an ASCII case insensitive match for one of the following: audio slash star, video slash star, image slash star, a valid meme type string with no parameters, a string whose first character is the full stop character, indicates that files with the specified file extension are accepted. The meme madness doesn't end. The tokens must not be ASCII case insensitive matches for any other tokens, i.e., Duplicates are not allowed. To obtain the list of tokens from the attribute, the user agent must split the attribute value on commas. Okay. So I guess the question is, are these valid meme thingies? I don't think these are valid meme thingies. We can test this using our own parser, I think. So where do we have this? In embed type. Oh, wait a second. No, I think we crashed it. Oh, fuck. We crashed it. Okay, wait a second. Put some new lines in there. No, we didn't crash it. But this parsing is not going too well. Oh, no, it is going well, I guess. Invalid character in meme value. But with this, it's fine. Okay, so there's something out of whack in our parser. We need to go fix this. And then we need to understand if this is in any way compatible with these things. Although, you know what? This, in a sense, so what we're looking at, I think it's a list. Because we can... so these are special values that you have in a list. Hmm. Do we make it a list with an extra? I think this is a list with an extra. But no, it can't because... Wait a second. Meme type string with no parameters. So no parameters means... it basically means foo/bar, I guess. Right? We need a slash. And then the subtype is the result of collecting a string of code points that are not semicolon. That are not semicolon in a position. Remove trailing white space. While position is not past the end of input. Oh, no. Our parser is not wrong, I think, then. Or maybe it is. We need to double check that. But so, okay, the semicolon separates these thingies. Yeah, and then, okay. So the semicolon is not, because in other languages that I was looking at recently, the semicolon would basically mean another one of these guys. Like they would be separated by the semicolon, but in this case, it's not the semicolon that does the separation. So what is it that does the separation with other stuff then? The white space. These people need to go to hell. These people really need to go to hell. Holy shit. Okay. In our case, basically means that it's these guys. It's okay. You know what? Even though it's called meme thingy, we're going to do it this way. It's going to be these/that, basically. We have all of those, like these/that, these/that, or dot. and they are separated with commas and so do we make this a list though then? We should make this a list for those values, yes. Yeah, we should. Okay, give me a sec. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Does it have a good HTML templating engine or framework? Kind of tired of Go plus Tempo. So Super HTML is a templating language, but it's not one that you can easily use promiscuously. There is some setup work that you need to do, and which is actually not that insane. It's, you have to provide basically an evaluation context, like the type of thingies that you can manipulate in your templating logic. But I haven't written like documentation on how to do that yet. I use it in the Zine static site generator though. There is something else. There is Zemple, maybe? Zimple, ZMPL. So this is a templating language that you can intermix with Zig. I don't have any first-hand experience with it though, so I have nothing to say about it. Okay, I think we can make this thing pretty cool. So init, extra, yeah. What was it? Audio, video, image. Many unique, yeah. But the problem is we want many unique, comma, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna need to implement many unique comma. And then in extra, we need to put stuff. So extra is custom. There we go. Yeah, for now, Super HTML is basically a Zine only thing. It doesn't have to be, it could totally be used today by other people. It's just that I haven't written docs for it. I really need to write docs for it. And then, I don't know, maybe as people attempt to use it, add features based on people's use cases, but that tends to be it. Validate accept. uh, attribute.rule.value rejection, I think. There we go. Okay, now here we have to check all values. So how does it work? We do... I guess we do comparisons for... Well, no, list entries, we don't need to do comparisons for ourselves. So here we just need to do the parsing. So basically, we need to check if it either starts with a dot or it has a slash in it. Only one. So I would do it this way. Var pause equals 0. While pause lower than value dot len pause plus equals 1. Maybe. No, we need something else first. So first we need to do this. If value dot len is 0, which can happen in our case. We return a value rejection. Then we do if value at 0 equals dot, then we do one kind of validation. Else we do another kind of validation. Basically, this is going to be our thing. So if it starts with a dot, we basically want the file extension can only be letters, numbers, underscores, and dashes, I think. We should do some validation, I think. You know what? We should do what the spec says instead of coming up with things on our own. You know what? Let's just complain about white space. Or you know what? Maybe not even that. Actually, can you put white space in file extensions? You know what? Maybe you can. Okay, let's do it this way. Return null in that case. Well, otherwise, this is the meme case, and we're doing the simplified meme version. So how does this work? That guy can have spaces. It has to have a slash. Yeah, I need to copy the meme stuff. I literally just need to copy some other stuff from here. Reason and offset, right? It's a single character. Interesting. So slash index. Okay, what this is gonna return? Just an invalid attribute value. Okay, yeah, this interface is a little bit overcomplicated. Why do we need to pass down this or this? This could be a value rejection, to be honest. Straight up. Optional. Where the fuck do you see an optional? Spaces is an optional? No. Row value is an optional? No. Rejection is an optional. Yes, but oh no, offset is an optional. Okay. or else 0, or else 0. No, this should be or else meme type.len. Okay, are we good? We're good now. Except that, yeah, we're not handling these other cases. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's go here first. Okay, so we are setting a value. Break slash index. No, we don't need this. We don't need this. This can be a return. Okay, so this should be fine. Okay, on the other side though, we need to implement some more stuff. Okay, so here, where are we? We are validating, and we are in the case where we're validating list and we're looking at count. So if it's 1, we do list match. If it's many unique, we continue because we're going to call list match multiple times, which is fine. But the problem is here we're doing tokenize any on this, and this is different. So this is going to be if we need to switch on count. Many unique, comma. So for many unique, we do that. Comma, we do this. Also, the problem is that, fuck, this is not even like this. So this is different because, so here's the problem. With white space, you want to tokenize. With commas, you don't tokenize. You need to split because 2 commas in a row. So 2 spaces in a row doesn't mean that there's an empty value in the middle, but 2 commas in a row, that is an empty value in the middle. It's not this. White space and commas are not the same thing. So basically, this is actually in here. That's where it belongs. And then below it, we're gonna need many unique comma. Necessarily. Okay. So here, scene items. Oh, look at this. We're even making a scene items thing based on this. Oof. Oh man. Okay, one thing at a time. So we need to copy some of this logic in here. Problem is it's not tokenized any. This is split scalar. On a comma. While next, we try to match the value. If it doesn't match, well, no, if we have already seen this, then we append an error. The problem is that this cannot be done this way, unfortunately. We can't. Not even in this case. It's basically an empty set. Mm, yeah, because we don't want to keep track of the original thingy in this case. So let's call it void set. I don't know. So now match, instead of giving us a U size, it should give us whether it's rejection or not. So it's true if it's okay. Oh, wait, this is not static. This is just a string map. Oh shit. Yeah, we can't use this. Okay, so we need a string hash map that ignores cases casing. Maybe ASCII has one. No. String context. Oh, come on. Really? Do I really need to do this myself? Okay. So this is white space one. There is no split with remove empty entries. Yeah, there is. It's tokenized. but that's what I don't want. So my point is that I have to use tokenize for white space and I have to use a split for white space. Split doesn't remove empty entries using your wording, while tokenize does, and that's implicit. That's like inherent to the terminology. Like tokenization, when you tokenize, you don't have empty tokens. You just have tokens with a bunch of separators, and a duplicated separator doesn't mean empty token. There is no empty token usually. While splitting means that you have empty strings. Yes. But the problem is that these guys also return different types. So my point is that I have to change the function. They return different iterators. So I have to fork the the path like in the code necessarily. I can't like just sneak a if deep inside and call it a day. They require also different handling. Right. And in splitting, the index is optional. What do you do when the index is optional? Uh, right. Fuck. Oh, this sucks. We can do it like this. Last index equals 0 if it.index last index equals I, and we defer this. And here we put last index. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. So we'll see how we'll see how that goes. Although if it's last index, I don't think we need to do the subtraction. And that means that it becomes an addition here. We need to test this. We're gonna need to test this. But in any case, so we're doing it. Okay, what's the next story? Expected W32 for new size. Intcast. Okay, this needs to be updated. Okay. Mm, no, shit. We have to do it one more time. Okay. Actually, can I copy what I just did? Please. So this is KV offset. Okay. Shit. So in this case, I needed match to give me the index of the shape. Fuck. Um. Fuck. Ah. So I was using that index somewhere else for real. That is annoying. And we actually are gonna need these logic also elsewhere now that I think about it. Okay, match needs to return more than just this. Pub const match is gonna be an union enum, which is like um maybe we can make it an optional match, and it's gonna be either list containing an index or custom containing nothing. Technically, if we do this, this should be also not match, no match, none. No, also empty. Okay, now let's go fix usage of this function. So here, if this is not none, then we continue. Here, if the match is none, Then we continue. So we go in area and we say, we are assigning shape here unconditionally because it has to be it has to be either none or least. Right. So it's kind of like this. Switch this. Okay. So hopefully we haven't regressed anything. Let's look at, let's see. Restart. Is area still fine? Oh, area doesn't get suggested. Okay, no. Missing ancestor map, that's fine. Require attributes chords. When shape is rect. When shape is poly. Okay, so we haven't okay, it doesn't seem that we have regressed this. So that's good. So we want to see input accept now. Attribute. Audio video image. Okay. So we're missing some validation. We're missing the subtype. Okay, this is not like perfect, but I would say this is good enough for now. Here's what I wish I could do though. I wish I could say in here also this. Yeah, I think we want to do this. And then when we do list validation, and so when we do list creation, actually, huh? Okay, this needs to be different. So set needs to be completions. This needs to be. Here we go. Okay, let's take a look at how this works now. Okay, look at this. We have the three options, right? Which happen Look, they show up verbatim. And then these two guys, look, they show up in here, but they show up as something else once you select them. Which is not bad because it right, that's what you want. Here's the problem now. Now we need in the LSP, we also need auto completion to trigger on commas. Let's see if this works. There might be some more work that I need to do. Yeah, look, it doesn't work well because it thinks that we need to suggest a attribute. But that's wrong. So let's look at in here. Okay, let's read again. If it's a list, if the list count is many unique or many unique comma, I think this should be enough. There we go. Now here's the problem. It's suggesting duplicates. And that's not how it should be. Also, it just says invalid value for this attribute. Where's my duplicate? Ah, wait a second. There's no duplicates. Now there is. But it should not suggest those. It should just not suggest duplicate entries. But I guess this is just not implemented. But you know what? For now, it's fine. So Aboden was asking what's missing to make it perfect. Well, not suggesting duplicates in the list. But that does require like duplicating basically some of the parsing work in order to do duplicate detection. So yeah. Which plugin are you using for displaying the inline error message? Bishal, your question is loaded with assumptions that are not holding. Think about your question a little bit more. Try to see if you catch what is your wrong assumption. If you can't find it, I'll tell you. But take a moment to think about it. Okay, I honestly would consider this pretty much done as well as we can. So let's add descriptions for this stuff. So accept. You're using Helix and not Neovim. Yes, correct. So it just works this way out of the box. Okay. God damn it. There we go. Okay. What if we do .foo twice? There we go. Duplicate entry. Perfect. Uppercase O. Oh, come on. Bro, where's my case insensitive stuff? We fucked up. We're not case insensitive. Um, this guy is fine. This guy is not fine. I bet you. We basically have to do this also in the case of hashing. So once y hash dot init seed 0 var h dot what do you do on a y hash? You update with some input. So update for s c h well byte. Listen on array type yo8. What about this? So what is the shortest path to get this working? Slice of single item pointer must be bounded. Okay, that works. Finalize? I don't remember. How do you final? Let's see if we're case insensitive now. Or are we still not case insensitive? What the fuck am I doing wrong? Oh, I'm not making this lowercase. That's what I'm doing wrong. Um, std.ascii to lower. There we go. Now we're correctly case insensitive. Perfect. Okay, back to hacking on input. So we were doing accept, and now accept is implemented and has all the options inside of it. So we go now to the next attribute. Alpha. The alpha attribute is a Boolean attribute. If present, it indicates the CSS colors alpha component can be manipulated by the end user and does not have to be fully opaque. So that's cool. Alpha is bool. And let's go grab the description from here. Alpha. 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 Are you serious? Alpha is experimental. And it's not documented. Oh my God. So it's funny because sometimes you have experimental stuff that is not listed in one place and now stuff that is not listed in the other place. Okay. Next. Alt. There we go. Non-empty string. Autocomplete. When wearing the autofill expectation mantle. What? How, what? What even is this wording, man? Attribute describes what input is expected from the user. When wearing the autofill anchor mantle, the autocomplete attribute describes the meaning of the given value. What is going on? Oh my God. You know, it's like these Sailor Moon, my job here. It's like the meme here. It's like, my job here is done, but you didn't autocomplete anything. When wearing the autofill expedition mantle, the autocomplete attribute, if specified, must have a value that is an ordered set of space-separated tokens consisting of either a single token that is an ASCII case insensitive match for the string off, or a single token that is a case insensitive match for the string on. Wait, let me get this straight. It's a list of space-separated tokens that can only have one token in it. How can you write this shit? Like, what are they smoking when they came up with this shit? When wearing the autofill anchor mantle, the autocomplete attribute is specified must have a value that is an ordered set of space-separated tokens consisting of just autofill detail tokens, i.e. the on and off keywords are not allowed. These idiots created two different attributes that have the same name. And then they came up with the when wearing the autocomplete mantle. And then do this? Like, how can you? Like, are these people being paid to do this? Was anybody paid to do this? I don't know what is the worst answer. If the answer is yes, that's insane. If the answer is no, then that's what happens when you don't pay people for doing critical design work. How? I thought I had seen all the insane stuff in the spec, but this is even worse. What are autofill detail tokens? Section blue shipping street address. They have a list. They have a list of things that are allowed. Are you joking? Oh my god. This is insane. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. How is this attribute not deprecated? Oh my god, this part of the spec is absolutely insane. Insane. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is what happens when you create the internets. No. This is what happens when you let clowns standardize what the internet should be. This is what happens when you let companies like Google decide what the internet should look like. Not to say that this specific instance of insanity is Google's fault directly, probably not. But I mean, you know, uh, all the does anybody remember what was called AMP, accelerated media pages or something like that? Like when they started doing aggressive don't close tags in HTML because you saved 5 bytes and now the page is gonna load totally faster, I promise you. And also I forgot, yeah, we're gonna put your super fast pages at the top of our search results. And also, yeah, we're not gonna serve the page from your website, we're gonna cache it and serve it from our servers. You remember when they were doing that shit? It's a bunch of clowns. That's what it is. It's just a bunch of clowns. And but at the end of the day, actually, I should take this back. They are clowns, but ultimately, if you think about it, the real clowns are the ones that allow them to put up that show and don't bat an eye while they are busy doing that shit. It's absolutely insane. So, what am I gonna do with this piece of trash of a spec? Let's see what MDN says about autocomplete. Not a Boolean attribute. Okay. Is valid on these types. For additional information, including information on password security and how to autocomplete, and how autocomplete is slightly different for hidden than for their input types. They have a page dedicated to this attribute. The attribute value is either a keyword, off or on, or an ordered list of space-separated tokens. Leave it out. Don't let the user know about it. Yeah, maybe. It's crazy. No, the autocomplete attribute also controls whether Firefox will, unlike other browsers, persist the dynamic disabled state and, if applicable, dynamic checkedness of an input element. I think I'm gonna chuck everything into a list and then use custom validation to decide what is allowed or not. Basically, I'm gonna put on and off at the top, and then everything else, and then if there's sorry, I didn't read all the things. I'm assuming that you use on and off in some cases, and then you use the other stuff in some other cases. And I might be wrong though, but in any case, we can deal with it at the validation level. But what a system, man! What a system! So no extra. Autocomplete. What is this? Space separated tokens. Is it unique, or is this like a non-unique space separated list of tokens? On an input element whose type attribute is the hidden state, the autocomplete attribute wears the autofill anchor mantle. In all other cases, he wears the autofill expectation mantle. So in non-hidden, I'm confused. So when non-hidden, it's on and off. When hidden, then it has all these other thingies. An ordered set of space separated tokens. Oh no, these guys are not unique. This is a new one. So this is a new one that we have to implement. Not many. God. I tried to get into Zig. I was surprised that for loops over ranges can only use usize, and you would have to intcast on every for loop if you want to, i.e. use 32-bit indices. Yeah, that's how it is. Generally speaking, for loop is for very basic looping. If you want any kind of fancier looping, you use while. Okay, let's put this stuff here. There we go. Yeah. Well, there's also the Ladybird people who I hope have had the have enjoyed also the same experience as I am since they're writing a browser. But man. So I think this guy should go from an enum to something else because at this point we have like separators and then we have I don't know. Let's just do many for now. We'll see. Okay, we have the many keys. So what do we do with the many keys? Uh switch one many unique any unique comma. So this is like basically many and many unique. I guess it's like this: many and then dot, many unique and then many. Actually, I'm gonna put many first, and then we say, look, if list dot count. Continue right away. Okay. So we basically turn off the duplicate validation if we do this. So that's good. We have that. There are some places where we're missing stuff, I guess. Set eval branch quota to raise the branch limit from blah blah blah. 987. Oh. It's an attribute. Oh, when creating an attribute set? Really? This is the one that. No. Hmm. Really? Okay. Yeah, I don't think this is the problem. I think the problem is actually list. I think this is the guy that we're now making go insane. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. 35,000? Okay. So we're good. We're good now. Um, What are we looking at right now? Auto complete. Right. This is suggesting the wrong thing though, because we need to go into attribute company unique. So if I log count different than 1, there we go. Okay. Which apparently are not even required to be unique. I don't know why. Okay. Wait a second. The following in the given order. Wait, what? Autofill detail tokens are the following in the given order below. Optionally, a token whose first 8 characters are a case-insensitive match for section dash. Oh god. Okay, so they have also section dash. They have optionally a token that is a case-insensitive match for the following strings: shipping and billing. And then, but why are you not putting shipping and billing in this list then? Oh my god. Optionally, a token that is a case-insensitive match for the one of the following strings. A token is case-insensitive for the following autofill field names, excluding those that are inappropriate for the control. What the fuck? Yeah. Okay, I don't feel like implementing this attribute anymore. I think I'm gonna leave it as a to do and move on the rest and leave this one for last. I don't have the brain power to, like, I don't. I like my brain doesn't even want to read this stupid spec, so I'm gonna leave it for later. Let's move to another attribute. God damn it, man. So you know what? Because of this, let's leave the description empty. Let's leave the description empty so that I know that by having the description empty, I still need to work on this. This is insane. Ah, crazy. Hey, Amlog. Bro, you have no idea. You have no idea. You have no idea. I'm doing input, which has a good number of attributes, which has a good number of rules about these attributes. But then there's like autocomplete. Autocomplete is one attribute that, and I quote, can wear the autofill anchor mantle, or it can wear the autofill expectation mantle. When it's wearing the autofill expectation mantle, it can be off or on. If it's wearing the anchor mantle, then it can be a bunch of other values except but not on and off. So it's the same attribute. It just has like mutually exclusive lists of things because it's actually two attributes. They just happen to have the same name. And then there's like an insane list of things that it can or cannot be, which I just don't feel like even reading right now. And you have this stupid table. And then these things, these options, they are not all active at the same time. So, like, you have the groups correspond to controls as follows: input elements with a type attribute hidden, text, search, text area elements, select elements. Oh, lovely. So I'm gonna have to do this also for text area and select. Right? Why wouldn't I want to do that? Yeah, no, they were completely drunk when they came up with this shit. Um, Also here, look at this. So expectation mantle, that's the on and off version. So if specified, must have a value that is a ordered set of space separated tokens consisting of either a single token that is a match for the string off or a single token that is a match for the string on. So again, to be clear, it's an ordered set of space separated tokens that can only have one fucking value at a time. So you could say that it can be either on or off, right? It has only two possible values. No. Sorry. It's a set of space separated tokens that can only have one value. For the string on or autofill detail tokens. Oh, wait. So okay, so even in expectation, you can have one of these guys. Yeah, this attribute is fucking hell. Absolute fucking hell. Let's leave it for later. Let's go to checked before I go insane. So checked is a Boolean attribute that gives the default checkedness of the input element. Yeah, the checkedness. If it's wearing the checked mantle or the tiger stripes mantle or the zebra mantle. God damn it, man. Please, please. Okay. Checked. And it's Boolean, right? Please tell me that it is Boolean. Yeah. Okay. Color space. Limited sRGB display P3. Okay. Still, what the fuck is a mantle? Why is the thing wearing a mantle? What does that even mean? Where's color space? There's no color space. It's experimental, man. Okay. Checked. Color space. Their name. Enables the submission of the directionality of the element and gives the name of the control that contains this value during form submission. If such an attribute is specified, its value must not be the empty string. When the user submits the form, the user agent includes three fields, one called comment, one called comment.there, and one called mode. So if the user types hello, the submission body might be something like, okay. What does mode even mean then? If the user manually switches to a right to left writing direction and enters stuff, the submission body might be something like comment blah blah blah, comment.there RTL, mode add. Can you like give one example where mode is not add so that one gets an idea of what it is supposed to mean? Oh no, okay, it's just because the button is add. Okay, never mind. So it's just yeah, it's so these are the so in practice the like generated thingies are two. Okay, this attribute and this other attribute. God damn it, man. Okay, so their name is just not empty basically. I wasn't sure if I wanted to include the first part, but maybe I should. Okay, their name done. Disabled. That's a Boolean attribute. Form. Okay, so not empty. Okay, we're gonna need to do the form action and everything else. Do we have those here? No. Oh yeah. Form action, from egg type, from method. Right, these are we've already seen these guys. Okay. That's a URL, right? Also see the summon input type for really what a shitty definition, man. I think we have it in attribute common. We don't. Wait, there's no height and width? List of the complete options. The idea of a data list. Okay. Max. I'm guessing it can be any number. I guess. Okay. Oh no. Oh, look at this though. Number, range, daytime, local. It's not gonna be no. That's It's not gonna be just a number. It's gonna be something custom. God damn it, manual. I don't think we're gonna have number then. Okay. Mean max. Max length, mean length. Actually, max length. Well, I mean, a max length of 0 is a problem, isn't it? So, oh, there's no mean length. There's only max length. Oh, there is mean length. Where did it go? So, we were worried that the AI would have corrupted our list of values. Guess what happened? The AI did corrupt our list of values. It kind of forgot about mean. This motherfucker. I did give it mean length, didn't I? Look, mean length is in here. And then it disappeared. Bro, you just can't trust anything. For all we know, it's ChatGPT who wrote the spec. Must be a valid non-negative integer. Okay. Is it ready to use or alpha in particular? Does it function to the extent described on the site, or is there stuff unimplemented? It does work to the extent described on the site. The site itself is a zine website. The ziglang.org website is a zine website. There's a bunch of blogs out there that are zine websites. So what it claims to be able to do, it does. Is there stuff unimplemented? Yes, but we don't claim that we do any of the unimplemented stuff. So here's what I would suggest. Download Zine, run in an empty directory Zine init, and see if what you get is roughly what you were hoping to get. Hello, little pointer. I should probably migrate from my current best posted up to Zine. Yeah, well, there's quite a few. Like, Chances are that if you have seen a blog post about Zig lately, it's hosted on Zine. I'll give you one spoiler. Inside Zig's new writer, this is Zine. This is a Zine blog. Of course, this is Zine. Ziglag.org is Zine. My personal blog is Zine. Also, this one is Zine. Zig.day. So Zig.day is also Zine website. And by the way, there's a Bristol, the first ever Bristol Zig Day has been announced for people who live in the UK. I heard that it's apparently very annoying to go to Bristol from London, which is sad. Why do you guys not have good trains? Well, you know what, actually, I don't know what the distance is. I should try to get a feeling for the distance. Yeah, it's not too close, huh? So this much distance is like Milan Turin. It's a bit more than Milan to Turin, but in Italy we are like Milan Turin and Milan Rome have very fast train lines. So Milan Turin you can do in an hour. Milan Rome you can do in like 3 hours, I think, maybe 4. So in our case, it's not too bad. Any moment now. Okay, what's the website? Let's see. Oh. Yeah. 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 This is totally doable with Zine. You have RSS. You can also have RSS if you want. Oh, here you have like docs. Yeah, that's all supportable. No big deal. Oh, here's the thing. So Zerul. I'll go with Zerul. So you see how you have a changelog here, right? So check out this cool thing that Zine does. Well, I don't know. I find it cool. You decide. But so I also have this. I call it devlog, and I have a list of changes. But it's not just that. It's a single page, kind of like yours, with changes in it. But every time there's a new version, that becomes a new entry in an RSS feed. So you know how normally an RSS feed has one entry per page in a section, right? You have a blog section and you have multiple posts in it. And whenever you make a new one, so you make a new page, then you also add a new entry to an RSS feed. Here we are instead generating an RSS feed with multiple entries, but off of a single page. And it's a form of like microblogging, basically. It's not something that, you know, it's like groundbreaking, but it changes the format a little bit. So let me show you how Zig uses it. So if you go to ziglang.org, let's zoom out a little bit so we don't have the mobile view. And there's a devlog here. And a devlog is basically just it kind of like microblogging. It's kind of like our own personal Twitter in a sense. And each one of these entries has an anchor because it needs to, you know, when the RSS feed needs to link to a specific section. So when you run Zine init, it will automatically set up all the logic to make this work for you. The only thing that you have to worry about is that in order to avoid having a single page that grows endlessly, there's this concept of basically rotating the devlog occasionally. So by default, we have a setup that makes you rotate it once a year. But obviously, you can choose not to opt out of any form of rotation if you don't like it, or have a different rotation scheme. So, yeah, and this idea of devlogs is kind of like part 1 of 2, where the second half of this idea would be also to have a system that aggregates, you know, kind of like one of those link aggregator websites, one that understands devlogs. which I plan to make, but I'm waiting for Zig to gain fancy async IO before I jump into this. Ah, okay, you don't want to change that. Well, okay, then that's up to you. Yeah, be only careful that in Zine files have a SMD file extension, not MD, because well, you can read more about that in the docs, but my plan is to switch away from Markdown, not like something significantly different, but I'm currently using a Markdown parser, and I want to stop using a Markdown parser, and I want to make smaller changes to the language. Think of it kind of like of yeah, I don't know if you've seen Dijot, for example. The idea is it's still Markdown-ish, but without some of the parsing insanity. That's the goal. So that plus the fact that front matter uses a different language, so I don't use YAML. That means that these things have to be different. In any case, I'm writing tooling for it, so like you'll need to be patient because right now there's not a ton of tooling around this stuff. But right now I'm working on the HTML LSP. So once this is done, then I'm going to cover more ground. But then, okay, let's say that you do want to just, pull in that markdown file. So how do you do that? My recommendation would be, actually, what would my recommendation be? You might need to pre-process it a little bit. Because the problem is, obviously, you can change the file extension, and that's easy. But then you won't have a front matter. Do you have a front matter on this guy? You don't seem to have a front matter, do you? No, you don't. So you have, you need either you need a front matter or you need a way of embedding markdown files directly, which we currently do not have. And actually, honestly, I think we should add support for that. So you can embed HTML files if you want to, but there is no concept of embedding Markdown right now, I believe. The embedding HTML works like this. It's explained in here, inline HTML escape hatch. So here's how it works. Basically, you create a text block, like a code block, sorry. And the language is not just HTML, is equal sign HTML. And that causes the HTML to be inline and to be, live, basically. So technically, well, in this case, since the output format is HTML, literally there is no processing that has to happen here. And so we're done. But technically, we could say, we could implement equal sign markdown and we just render the markdown. It's just not supported yet. And so this is the example where you're doing it this way. There's also the other example in Super HTML. No, I think it's in the FAQs. Yeah. Oh my God, I forgot to link it. But it's this one. So just like you can do this, you can take an asset and say language equals HTML, and you get the same end result. But we need to support the same idea also for Markdown. Yeah. Okay, we'll see. In any case, let's go back to the enjoyment of filling out this metadata. So we did length, maximum, minimum length. Cool. Multiple, whether to allow multiple values. Boolean attribute. Awesome. Yeah. Well, if you like this one, this idea, I can promise you, it's like mm, I consider it a major use case for Zane, and so I'm, no matter what I change, I'm not gonna regress it. And as I was mentioning, the idea is to not just provide this, but also to provide a ecosystem of things that support the same idea. Okay, Boolean attribute. Whether to allow multiple values. Okay. Name. I think this is just not empty. Pattern. Pattern to be matched by the form controls value. Oh no. We have to implement JavaScript regular expression validation. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Hmm. If specified, the attributes value must match the JavaScript pattern production plus Unicode sets mode plus N. Oh no, this is sending me to ECMAScript spec. No. Oh no. Oh no. This becomes a to do. There is just no way. So let's leave it any. Let's put it as a to do in here. Oh no. Oh man. Okay. Placeholder. The attribute is specified must have a value that contains no line feed or carriage return characters. How long before you have to implement a JS engine to parse the HTML correctly? Well, there is a question when it comes to validating what you can put in, attributes that accept tiny JavaScript expressions and script tags, obviously. That is a good question. I'm sold on the idea that we need to support CSS, so that we need to have a CSS parser. Do we need a JavaScript parser? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Hopefully not. Also, what about TypeScript? I think the browsers now accept also TypeScript, don't they? So what do we do about that? I don't know. And the problem is that, we could... the reason why I'm saying I'm not sure I want to is not because I don't want to do work, although, honestly, sometimes I don't want to do work. But the problem is that I don't think it makes sense for Super HTML to go the full length, right? It doesn't make sense for Super HTML to say, for example, support everything about JavaScript. And so my point is that maybe what you should do is run a JavaScript LSP at the same time. And so that the JavaScript LSP will do all the fancy JavaScript stuff. HTML spec says you have to parse and execute inline JavaScript before parsing the rest of the document. It does indeed. But I don't concern myself with runtime. So that's a runtime thing. That's not something that you do in an editor. Or rather, I guess, if you wanted to, then you can also do that, and you can do that kind of stuff and try to catch runtime errors. But there's obviously limits with that approach if you really want to take it. Even, for example, maybe you have a shitty piece of JavaScript that changes the source in a way that is broken, but then some other times the JavaScript could do that as the result of a user interaction. How do you get the user interaction to happen inside your text editor? You can't. So it's I don't know, you're very far into the diminishing returns territory. So so yeah. A proxy LSP server? Well, I believe that this is implemented by VS Code. Like VS Code, I believe, has support for scoping language servers to just a subsection of the main document. And in any case, you can... it's duplicated work, a little bit of duplicated work, but you can still just run two language servers at the same time. Like a JavaScript-focused language server could do basic HTML parsing only in order to recognize script tags correctly, and then only do serious analysis of the contents of those source tags. So if that happens, then you can just run the two LSPs at the same time, and it's not too bad. The scoping stuff is not in the LSP spec because it's done by VS Code, kind of like above LSP. The way it works, I believe, is that VS Code has syntax highlighting queries that are used to determine what is the active language in a given scope, in a given lexical scope. And then it creates a virtual document that only contains that chunk of text and spins up a language server for it. So it's not driven by the LSP spec, because it's not driven by the LSP. It's driven by external knowledge about the text by the editor, and then it just independently spawns multiple LSPs zeroed on different parts of the text. This comes with its own set of pros and cons. So I honestly, I wouldn't even say that this is the best approach, because the not having LSPs know about one another, it's not a great idea. Like that comes with some downsides. But at the same time, I wouldn't know what the optimal solution would be, except having one language server that, does everything. Okay, pop over target action. So we're getting close to the end. So we're almost done with the first pass over attributes. Then we're gonna need to do the validation, where we need to basically decide where we are based on the type of attribute. Okay, pop over target action. We saw these guys already for button, didn't we? Yeah. Not empty. Any? Really? So it can be left empty? No. It needs to be not empty. And also on the other side, it needs to be not empty. Okay. Read only required. I suspect these are both booleans. There we go. Read only required. Okay, we're getting near the end finally. Size. So it's a non-negative integer. Perfect. Size of the control. I prefer the other description. Also, I'm guessing this is a URL, not empty. Step. Oh no, what is step? The value must be a positive number, integer or float, or the special value any. Oh my god, what a mess. Let's give it manual. So type we did. Okay, value, and we're done, right? Same. This guy also agrees. Yeah, value. Holy shit. Should this be not empty? No, it must not be empty. So any is correct. Okay. Sorry, it must not be empty. It can be empty. I tried to find where this mantle came from, but it's hard. There are some funny things that I found so far. Oh, here are some funny things that I found so far. Oh god. There was idea to use field set element instead of sections, but they rejected this because people use table for layout. Also, quote from the mailing list, I've shown this proposal to a couple of people here at Apple, and we have no issues with it. I'm personally eager to see it move forward. Nice. Nice. Okay. So did we go through all attributes? Type is done. Name, value, checked. Yeah, all of these guys have docs, except autocomplete because this is a bitch. Bool, not empty, non-negative integer, not empty, blah, blah, blah. Docs, 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 docs. Everything has docs, it seems. Okay, so we went over all attributes. Now I need to implement in the validation function. Now we need to have the logic. So here's how we will have to play out. Because there's like all these big combinations of things that can or cannot happen, we basically are going to scan all attributes, buffer them, and we don't validate them right away. We buffer them in some kind of like array list, and then we first look at type, and depending on the value of type, then we do all the validations in a corresponding manner. So it's going to be like this big switch where we have one case per value of type, and or close to. Maybe some will be roughly equivalent. We'll see. Yeah. So give me a sec. I'm gonna take a short break, and then we're gonna tackle this. It's gonna be super fun. I can already tell. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Woo. Okay, let's enjoy the moment. Okay, so we need to collect all attributes because we can't process them. Const var attrs is an array of attributes dot list dot len of what? Optional attr. Splat. We splat null. What's an attr? An attr is a tokenizer dot attr. Okay, so we have attrs. Then for each one of those, if we do get the attribute, instead of get, we need to do index. And to be honest, we don't even care about the model right now. So attributes index is going to be after. Else, we try to get it from global. There you go. Okay, so we have validated global attributes, but we have not validated our own attributes at this point. So once we get here, now it's time to look at type. So we want to do this const type is an enum that contains what, like text, image, something like this. Well, so we want it to be an enum though in any case. And then this is like type idx is comp time. Actually, we don't need to do this. We can do attributes dot comp time index type. So something like this. Shadows primitive type. Yeah. Type value. There you go. Okay, and so once we have the type value, we do switch type value and we say if it's text, we are going to do validation a given way. It's image, we're going to do validation in another way, that kind of stuff. Okay. So in the case of type, what is type? Is that a list? Yeah, it's a list. Okay, so the options are in here. Okay, so it needs to be like this. Value equals author.value or else try error or else actually try errors dot append and then break, put a label, break BLK with text. I believe that if it's missing, then we assume that it's text. Actually, if the attribute is missing, if the attribute is present but it has no value defined, I think, yeah, there should be an error. Okay. So after we have the value, we need to match it with the list. This enum needs to be, we need to do it at comp time. We need to generate it at comp time. Okay. So now we have an enum for this. Wait, what am I doing? This is attributes dot list at type idx dot model dot rule dot list dot match. Offset. So that returns a match. Hmm. Well, actually, you know what? I would say we don't validate anything else. We return. Because we don't know how to validate the rest. If it doesn't, if the value is wrong. Actually, if the match is none, the error has already been slotted in, so we can just return. No, what am I doing? Type. Okay, we already have that. Okay, that's unreachable. Okay, switch percent all possibilities, and there we go. We have them here. And so it's a one-to-one mapping, apparently. Oh god. We have to implement the fucking table, man. Okay, so the second part of the table we don't care. Hopefully, what is this at the bottom? Events. Okay, so it's the upper part, and it's just yes no. So like, you do you is it allowed or not? And if so, then you do validate it. Is there like any big overlap? And the answer is some, but not a ton. So they all need to be written down individually. I think when you're faced with this kind of stuff, it's worth considering also um the inverse transformation. Like, okay, so far we have written it down where we basically group things by this value, but depending on what you're doing, it might be convenient to group things vertically. So like for each attribute, basically you switch on the state. But there doesn't seem to be anything particularly nice to gain from that case either. So it's a matter of picking one's poison. Actually, sorry. To be precise, this is actually what I'm doing with by putting the switch on the outer case. On the outer. Maybe I shouldn't put this switch on the outer thingy. Hmm. Because in my case it would be done vertically. Yeah, but like horizontally or vertically, there's not much to gain. Okay. So eat then. I think we need another enum basically, where we loop all over every attribute. Either that or we do index of. Yeah, you know what? Comp time index of is probably good enough. One for loop with a switch inside of one switch with a bunch of for loops. Bunch of for loops. So something like this. Actually, we don't even need to do this. Yeah, it should be kind of like this. So these are the ones that are turned on. Let's do the else case. So these are the ones that shouldn't be there. Which I think we can do it like this. Const outer because maybe after or else continue, and then we do try errors dot append. Invalid utter combination. No, it just wants a reason. Main location equals utter.name. Node index is node index. Okay, so this is the else case. Okay. Hidden, we want autocomplete and their name. That's it. I'm thinking that maybe instead of our coding this in code, we could make this data. That's also another alternative. We could make one array per, like we basically switch on the data and then we pull the logic outside. That's actually not a bad idea, you know. You know what? This is not actually a bad idea. So we do this. What the heck just happened? Okay, no, maybe okay, we do put it here. So this would be like this would basically be this. Yeah, I think this is better. And then we do looping and we don't really switch. But instead we do what? Maybe a bit set would be better. Yeah, something like this, like utters, active, utters. Okay. So it's something along the lines of these. So if it's active and it's missing, return missing utter. If although I don't know if there's required utters, so maybe this is not a check that we need. But if it's not active and maybe utter is different than null, then that's an error. Or we could do it differently. We could try to grab the error first, the attribute first, and then we say, well, or else what though? There is no attribute. So maybe or else continue is fine. So you know what? Let's assume that this roll up here doesn't apply. So we should be able to do this. Grab the attribute if it's present, and then if it's not active, then we return this error. Okay, it's something like this. If not active, complain that it's an invalid attribute combination. Yeah, this is what we want. With the difference that this needs to be some kind of like bit set, basically. Or like array of booleans. So if it is active instead, then we grab the model. Like this. Okay, hopefully this holds. I'm not confident 100% that it will because there might be some weird validation rules, but we should still be able to special case them if that is the case. Okay, now we need to have active attributes to be not this, but to be an array where only the right indices are true. So how do we do this? It's basically like this. Var active authors equals, it's an array of authors dot land. Actually, can we derive it from this guy? Yeah. Of pool. And we splat false. And then down here we say, okay, in case of hidden, this doesn't return anything. In case of hidden, we do it like this. We turn on these two guys. Okay. So in the case of hidden, we turn these two guys on. As we loop, they're going to be true, which makes us validate them. Otherwise, we complain that they shouldn't be active if they're present, and if they're missing, then we're good. I think this is a good way of minimizing code. Okay, hidden. Text, wait, text, comma, search. Oh, look, they did the grouping for us. Oh, text, comma, search. Well, don't mind if I do. Text, comma, search has a few more. These two from before. Then least, max length, mean length. Okay. max length, min length, pattern placeholder. Pattern placeholder, read only, required size. Read only required size. This is it, right? Yeah. Nice grouping. Next group is the same. Is it? Oh my god. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, also, look, the third one. Also, password is going to be the same. So password, telephone, and URL also are the same. Oh, you know what? I guess they are different down here. Yeah, they're different here. But they're not different here. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on. So text, search, telephone, URL, and password are the same. No. Password not because it doesn't have list. Never mind. So text search, telephone, URL. No field name, telephone. I guess it's just tel. Okay. Yeah, password is also pretty much the same. Not only password is pretty much the same, and also this guy here is pretty much the same. Like there's like these two tiny variations. Let's add password and the other one. And so for password, list is true only if it's different than password. So wait, list? Oh fuck, did I forget list in all cases here? I forgot list. So it's different than password and multiple. Or, you know, you can also do it this way. Okay. So with this, we have covered all these cases. Now, these cases also look fairly similar. So what is this? Date, month. Oh my God. Okay. Date, month, week, time. Local date and time. I think it's date, time, local. They're the exact same. Look, they are the exact same. Then we have this third one, which is also the same except for this thing in the middle. That's number. Then we have range. I think range can also be added. Color I'm gonna separate. Yeah. Let's add also range. Okay. No daytime local. Then what the fuck is that thing called? Oh, daytime dash local. Okay. There you go. I love Zig, by the way. Okay. Autocomplete list. Autocomplete list. They all have that. Autocomplete list. Max mean. They also all have that. Placeholder for number. Read only and required for everything except range. And then step for everyone. Okay, so this is implemented. Now we need color, which is its own thing. I think color, these guys and these guys, these three guys are going to be separate branches. And then we do the last thing where I don't know if they should be separate or not. Maybe these should all be separate branches. We'll see. Let's start with color. Color has alpha, autocomplete, and color space. Then it has list, and that's it. Okay. Checkbox radio button. Okay. Is this just radio? I think it's just radio. Checked and required. Okay. File upload. Accept, multiple, and required. Okay, submit image. There's a lot of overlap between submit and image, but there's also a good number of differences. I don't know. I think I'll split them up. All of these three, I'm gonna split them up. Well, three groups. So submit image. I didn't put any of these guys up top, right? In weird places now. Image, and then what's the last thing? Reset and button. You buzzed your hair for a second. No, I haven't. I still have super long hair that go insane. But I will next month. And not full buzzing, but yeah. Okay, submit button. Whew, let's go. Okay, what's in submit? What the fuck are you doing? I'm implementing validation for attributes on input elements, and this delightful table that you're seeing here, which is probably too small for you to read on your phone, is the combination of attributes that are valid depending on the value of the type attribute. It's just another delightful part of the HTML spec. Nothing to see here. So their name, form action, form enc type. Their name, form action, form enc type, form method, form no validate. Form method. Form no validate. It sounds like an error sheet. Oh, it's worse than that. And then form target. Okay, so we have this group here. And you know what? While we're here, let's do also the other one. So image is the same thing except two differences, right? So there's no their name, but there is alt. Okay, and it also has height. Okay. So we done this group here. Then look, there's these guys that are, these are shared by all of them. So pop over target and pop over target action. Okay. And finally, use bundle array. Yeah. Source and width for the middle one. Woo! Okay, we did it. We have encoded all the stupid possible combinations. And now, in theory, this should work. And here we need the reason. So the reason. So here's the problem now. The reason we need to do it like this, I think. We need to switch. So we can't hyperlocate the message in here right now. Also, switch must handle all possibilities. What's missing? Oh my god. Okay. Here's how we do it, I think. We look at type value and we do inline else. Without the underscore. So we have the tag. And we say attribute not valid when type is ++ at tag name tag ++ quote. And the reason why we can do this is because this is comp time known. So we're just basically creating a bunch of strings like this. Okay, let's see now why we're making zigzag. Switch must handle all possibilities. What are we missing? Tell me. We're missing email. Email is here. So it should go. You should go with telephone and URL. Okay, that's what we were forgetting. What's the next problem? Evaluation exceeded 1,000 backwards branches. God damn it. God damn it, man. Set it to 3,000. Okay, expected error out of memory, found void. Oh, because we can't return. Yeah, we just need to complain. And we actually want to complain multiple times, right? We don't want to wait, let me think about it for a second. If not active, yeah, no, we want to do this. We want to do the error and then we want to continue. Okay. Invalid attribute combination. Attribute not valid when type is text. Not bad. Invalid attribute combination. Attribute not valid when type is date. Wait a second. So we need to skip type. Basically, when we are validating down here, we need to skip type. So if idx type idx, continue. Maybe we could, are we putting type at the first slot? Type should be at the very top, right? Yeah. So here's what we do. Instead of doing this, we do one dot dot. So instead of checking for the same condition over and over, we just slice. What's the problem now? Oh God, what happened now up here? Invalid attribute combination. Attribute not valid when type is date. No. We are doing index confusion again. Okay, so why are we type confused? Because so match returns us an index, a list index. And that is get index of item in the set. Right. So it means that we need to base this on the set, not on the list. Yeah. So the enum needs to be based on not completions, but rule.set.kvs. List.set.kvs. Keys and values. And so CS. Okay. Autocomplete, invalid attribute combination. Attribute is not valid when type is file. Is this true? It is true. But it is okay for hidden. True. And it's wrong for accept, and accepted now is wrong. Okay, so we have it. We have conditional autocompletion. The problem is that some attributes have manual validation still. Hello, Proper Bug. How's it going? Well, you can see it here. We have the full table of correct attribute combinations for input, fully encoded, fully checked correctly, and well, not fully checked correctly yet. I have to double check that. Allow to complete the specified on type equals hidden. Oh, this is where this is where the magic happens. Nice. CH, Switzerland. 2015. Crazy. What a story. Okay, so we need to look at the fields that have manual validation and see what we do about them. Placeholder is manual because, well, it's custom. It doesn't necessarily have to be manual, but might as well adapt at this point, I guess. Actually, maybe not. Maybe it's good to give it a custom one. Yeah, /r/n. That's it. It's actually not that bad. Min and max are manual. I don't remember why. I think it's because I think their validation is dependent on type, because their minimum and maximum value. I think this is going to be a bloodbath, because it's going to be like for dates, for anything. Same with step. I think these three guys are like a nightmare. And yeah, it's three guys. These three guys, and then autocomplete. So these are the bad things. Okay, that I have to look into. So once these guys are done, these 3-4 guys are done, then we're probably done. But to actually know for sure, we need to read more of the spec. So which of all, blah 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 blah, and with content attributes, checked files, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Depends on the state of the type attribute. The subsections that define each type also clearly define the normative bookkeeping sections with those features apply, which do not apply to each type. The behavior of these features depends on whether they apply or not, as described in the various sections. Okay, so let's see. Some states of the type attribute define a value sanitization algorithm. Each input element has a value which is exposed to the value ideal attribute, an input element's dirty value flag. This is runtime stuff, that's why I'm skipping it. Each item has a checkedness which is exposed by the checked ideal attribute. Each input element has a boolean dirty checkedness flag. The reset algorithm, when the input element is disabled, is not mutable. The input element can support a picker. Legacy pre-activation behavior. The name attribute represents the element's name. The indeterminate ideal attribute must initially be set to false. The color space ideal attribute. Okay. States of the type attribute. So hidden state. Constraint validation. If an element type is in the hidden state, it is barred from constraint validation. Okay. Bookkeeping details. The autocomplete and their name content attributes apply to this element. The value ideal attribute applies to this element. The following content attributes must not be specified and do not apply on this element to the element. So I think that's what we did before. Input the change events, type text. If the element is mutable, the value attribute is specified must have a value that contains no line feed or carriage return. Oh, yeah. Well, talking about that. So, yeah, there are some extra rules, I think. So what we did for placeholder, we need to do also for value, not always, but when type is text. So how does this work? Well, we need to switch, right? And then there's else, where we do normal validation, but then here there has to be attributes.comTime index value, where we say how do we group this? Maybe we should put a switch on the outside for the type. God damn it, though, man. So we have to worry about this as well. Hmm. You know what? Let's start by copying the requirements and then we look at the implementation afterwards. Type tell, also this. Okay. Type URL. Right. There is also an absolute URL. An absolute URL must be one of the following. Oh god, there's even a specification of what these things are. You know what? I'm gonna copy some of this. Okay. Type email. Don't tell me. Value must be a valid email. When the multiple attribute is not specified for the element. Oh no, we even have more complicated shit. So I think I get it. So the problem is this. This is like mostly a runtime concern, right? At runtime, you want for the input to be considered valid, then the value must contain right stuff. But the problem is that you can put wrong information statically by when you give it like its default value, and yeah, and that can be a problem. Also, this link is just saying, valid email address. I wonder what it takes for me to parse a valid email address. Oh, Jesus Christ. The following JavaScript and Perl compatible regular expression is an implementation of the above definition. Nice. I don't want my LSP to try and validate a value attribute in my HTML tag. No, you have to though, because you might make a mistake and you want to catch that. Like, let's say that you're making an email attribute and you put in there something that isn't an email. That's clearly a mistake that you're making that can be caught at I don't know, let's call it write time. So I don't see it as particularly different than any other case. Like, why are you even specifying the value attribute in the first place? So like what I'm thinking is that if you don't care, then you probably shouldn't be specifying by the value attribute. Invalid email as a placeholder value. So if you're using placeholder, you can put whatever you want in placeholder. There are no rules about placeholder. Like you can put in placeholder like your email here, for example, or like mike at email dot whatever. You can do it. Um, but that's what placeholder is for. But if you're setting value, that's different. Type password. You know what? I'm starting to think that value can never have new lines. Let's see. You can put a value, invalid value inside input and it will have the invalid state. Yeah, but that's still an error. They're like you can put wrong attributes and they will be either ignored or have an invalid state and whatever. And then, yeah. My JS framework uses a value as a placeholder when the text is unknown. But the field is non-optional, or this is a demo that shows what the invalid styling will look like for a given input. Shouldn't be an LSP error, or basically you're holding it wrong. You're trying to purposely demonstrate an invalid state for a field. My recommendation would be at that point to turn the LSP off, because you can make the same argument of I want to demo what happens when I leave a tag open. It's more of an edge case when I'm leaving a tag open, but it would still be something that you might want to do. I'm gonna push forward with the errors. I don't buy this argument. A comment to turn the LSP off, maybe. Yeah. Although, yeah, it could be done. Tuning the page. It's yeah, sure. Yeah, for sure. I think that the full email specification, you can't even check it with a regular expression. In any case, it should also be noted that are you okay with rejecting valid emails? Yes, if they're insane, yes. I don't hold the email spec writers in particularly higher regard than the authors of the HTML spec, if I have to be honest. But I can tell you that I am most definitely not placing a regular expression in my program. I will not implement it that way. So I will implement email validation with a normal parser, and we'll see what happens at that point. But I'm not gonna copy paste that regular expression and like add a regular expression dependency or whatnot. So type password has the new line requirement, which I wrote down. Okay, so we're good. Type date must be a valid date string. Oh, look at these bad boys. There we go. Must be a valid date string, and step must be so here's all the weird rules that I suspected we would have to deal with. What is this? Type date. However you do it, if you don't use slash model that expression, then SuperHTML will reject valid values or might accept ones that are invalid. If you don't use slash model that expression. Are you saying if I diverge from what's written there? I mean, the question is not really whether I'm like this. This question is irrelevant at the end of the day, because, or rather, maybe not entirely irrelevant, but it's not the question to ask, because what you are asking when you're using a language server for HTML is, am I writing something that the browsers will be able to interpret correctly? And if browsers are using, that same definition of email where they will reject super weird emails and will only accept, let's say quote unquote fairly normal ones, then if I provide you with a definition of an email that is more precise, which let's say will uh, I will basically allow you to write emails that a browser doesn't accept, then that's a problem, because you will the LSP will have told you, yeah, you can put this value here and it will be fine, but then you open it in the browser and the browser will not be able to use it. So yeah, a stricter subset. If instead we're going for a stricter subset than what they describe, if I have to be honest, when it comes to emails, I'm not super interested in being stricter than what the browsers do. Yeah. I think. Okay, the algorithm for converting blah blah blah, date state, blah 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 blah. Type month. Oh my god. So we have also this for month. Type week. Oh shit, what am I doing wrong? What's happening? There we go. Do. To input my any at oh god dot word email. Our argument comes down to I don't like being told that I'm wrong when I know that what I'm doing is valid. I'm fine with a strict LSP, especially for HTML, but only when stricter also means limited where it limits the edge cases it allows. In my opinion, my HTML LSP, especially given would be most useful when editing templates and components, shouldn't tell me that my value will be parsed correctly is that will be parsed correctly is an error. For now, I'm not thinking about the templating use case because the templating use case requires holistically to think about how to relax all the constraints past what you validate or don't validate of an individual attribute. So for now, I'm leaving that there and not thinking about it and just worrying about the pure HTML case. Right now, think of it this way. It is an LSP, but imagine that the main use case is you generated some HTML statically and you want to know if the generated output contains errors or not. Think of it as that, the main use case. Then once I'm done with this, then the question of what the heck do we do with templating will need to be tackled. And I will tackle it starting from Super HTML, obviously. I'm going to start from my own templating language and then see if other templating languages can also be somehow folded into the system and they don't require too much compromise or, uh, maybe there's like a templating language that we could somehow make work, but also that would imply disabling like 99% of errors. And so what even is the point? So I might decide not to do that either way. But for now, I'm just thinking pure HTML. Because if you think about it, it's not a bad idea in any case to have a tool that does this, and then we can talk about exactly how things play out when doing other stuff. Yeah, I'm considering the use case where I'm looking at generated code where the database is returning an invalid email address. Okay, so your point is you generated a page that contains an invalid email address and you don't know that. Mm-hmm. And you would like to know. Hmm. Well, I guess there's also a question of why is there an invalid email address in your database in the first place? Um, but in any case, we'll see. Okay, time. Look at this shitty validation. Yeah, but my point is why didn't you do the stricter validation already at that point? Uh, okay, daytime local. number. Okay. Range. And there's also min max rules. We're still under range, right? Yeah, so range, color. Must value, a value that is a valid CSS color. Oh, fuck. That's going to be tough. We might not be able to do this until we decide to pull in CSS for real. I don't like that it's a regex, but I do agree with this rule set. This is a good willful violation of RFC 5322. Can you explain what specifically? By the way, I'm not super familiar with the email RFC, so checkbox. We thank God in the case of checkbox, we don't have to do anything specific. Radio button, we're good. File, we're good. Submit. Oh no, there's UB also in HTML. It must be an implementation defined string that means submit or some such. Since the default label is implementation defined and the width of the button typically depends on the button label, the button's width can leak a few bits of fingerprintable information. Ooh. These bits are likely to be strongly correlated with the identity of the user agent and the user's locale. Ooh. Blur cat with the RFC 101 for emails. Nice. The rules for a valid email address is crazy. Like name, yeah, yep, name, and then the diamond bracket stuff. Yep, is valid, but this regex will only permit the string within the diamond brackets. Okay, so no name outside of it. Okay. An email can be in a database and cannot be valid to the newest standard, but it was valid by the first RFC. Holy shit. That would be an interesting corner case. Okay. Okay, type submit. Nothing particular. Type image. The source attribute must be present and must contain a valid non-empty URL. So we have a required attribute. This is the first required attribute that we see. Also alt must be present. Okay. X component, Y component. Okay. Type reset. If the element has a value attribute, it must be the value of the attribute, otherwise it must be an implementation string, blah, blah, blah. Type button. Though it may be the empty string. So in type button, value has to be present. Wait. The input element represents a button with no default behavior. A label for the button must be provided in the value attribute, though it may be the empty string. If the element has a value attribute, the button's label must be the value of that attribute, otherwise must be the empty string. Okay, so I'm guessing this is what says that you have to have value. This section is not normative. Not reading it then. Hey, Infinite Coder, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Although I'll tell you that we're nearing the end of the stream, I'm done. The HTML spec has. I thought I was winning this fight, but boy, the HTML spec always has a secret card to play. God damn it, man. Okay. So, there's also this thing where this says that the read-only attribute, if the read-only attribute is specified on an input element, the element is barred from constraint validation. So, okay, let's think about it for a second. Let's say that I do want to do all the fancy value validation in the language server. But what if the attribute is read-only and then read-only is supposed to be not a problem? Or is it? I don't know. I guess we'll see. But okay, so this is the full set of weird rules. We have it. So are these ones? These ones need to be implemented. I think that the solution is to not do this in the while loop because it's not necessary, and instead we do them on the outside. So like this. We don't do this. So we remove these. Then we take these. And we basically do it outside. And so this has the downside. So if we do it this way, then it means two things, though. One is that I guess for value, we always validate. Well, value has any as a rule, so it's a no op. So okay, value basically turns out to be an op, so we're gonna be fine with that. But what about the other ones? Like what is it? Min, max. I guess what we can do is that we always skip min and max. We never do them. Min, max, and step. They are the. It's actually those are the nasty ones. Min, max, and fucking step. Or you know what we do actually? We give them any. So we give them the any so that they turn into no ops into this loop, and then we validate them manually down here. Yeah, that's the solution. The manual enum case is mostly there for safety. It's for me to be able to catch when an attribute that has some super funky validation is actually being validated in a without the full knowledge. But in this case, I think this is what we want, because the alternatives would be to have if statements that check for this index and skip it on purpose. But who cares? Although we could, you know what? Maybe for these three guys we could, because we never validate them well. They always suck. So we could do it. Mean, max, and step. Yeah. Okay. I like this. And then we do the checking for these cursed attributes on the outside. Okay. So this is my next venture, basically. This is gonna be the next adventure. I honestly don't I don't exclude that maybe what I will do is not implement right now all the parsers for this stuff and leave those as to-dos for the future. I want this work to be fairly complete, but you know, I think it's fine. Like having an issue that says let's add like a parser for email addresses. It's a nice self-contained issue. A contributor can take on that, and they're going to be able to be productive because it doesn't require you to, you know, have full knowledge of how everything is done. It's just like a local thingy that you have to implement pretty much inside a single function. So yeah, I think this is going to be fine as a follow-up. Unfortunately, we started at 58 and we ended at 59, and we couldn't go past 59 because of input. Nasty stuff. Truly nasty stuff. Well, what can I say? Also, this is not a continue. Oops. No need for continue in here. There we go. Okay, let me end with a building state. What is your problem? Oh shit, this is the validation. This is the validation that takes that is more fancy than just the value rejection one. Oh, okay, you know what? I'll leave it as is. It's fine. So thank you all for hanging out, and this has been it. So is Ethernet cable actually doing Zig for real? Okay, Ethernet cable is actually doing Zig for real. So have fun with an Ethernet cable and see you all next time.